Yeah, we are great, just dominated. I mean, we put up a good fight, but they
Zillerbeam
just dominated.
says, my team was so bad, lol.
Did you guys at least have like conversations, or was it just a dead team? I mean, I've been in a dead team, well, not completely dead, but like
Zillerbeam
sort of dead
says,
before, and it wasn't the
we
best.
actually lost points midway through.
Oh man. All right, let's see here. Playback 1943.
Zillerbeam says, mostly a dead team, I'd
And
say.
I'll add some kind of window capture here.
What team are you on?
He was the first pick.
Says,
Seal was the first pick.
Pixel.
Pretty weird first pick, if you ask me. But maybe that's for the best. I was Dumple's first pick, and I think Nick was before Dumple. So if he didn't pick Seal and he picked me, then I would have been on that team, and I would have been on that losing team instead of on our cool team. Our team was awesome. We had so many conversations. It's great. I always think it kind of sucks when like you can't talk about the games. You know, I think that's part of the charm of joining these tournaments is to be able to just talk about the game you're playing. Be like, hey, I played this game for 3 hours. This is what happened. You know, and someone else says something, you can be like, you can do that. Like that might help, or just agree with them. That's shit. You know, have some conversations.
Says, I think I was one round away from being a melon farmer. Smiley face.
Mame X. So here. This will be my window capture here. And I'll just remove this thing in the background. We'll go through them in window mode. There we go. So that I can see the shot. Alright, so this game... I actually didn't end up playing this too much because, well, I didn't need to. It's really that simple. I went through it with save states, and I wrote down every like weapon code. And when I went through the game in save state, I just made a mental note that like there are some places where you might want to know like what's gonna happen so you can deal with it well. But there really wasn't a whole lot of that in the game. Like most of the game, you can totally improvise. And as long as you understand some of the core concepts that like you need to refill your weapons as much as you can, and you want the laser weapon on the stages where there's the big plane boss, and that you want to use your bombs, which freezes the screen and drains some of your health when you're on the fleets. You understand these core concepts, and you'll be able to improvise this. And also to not touch any big enemies, because they like take away all your health. So before I did this run, I had a couple of runs where I lost my life, because you only get one life in the game. I had a couple of runs where I lost my life and I had to start over. But after a couple of runs, I got this one, and I didn't need to play the game anymore after that. There's a couple of different weapons, and when there's an item, you can shoot it to change what the item does. POW gives you energy, which is basically your health, which it's like a starvation meter. It drains on its own. And the other ones are different weapons, and one of the weapons you have to avoid at all costs, because if you get that weapon, that could be a game over. It's really that bad. Like I had a run where I got that weapon on accident on my fleet, and it was a forced game over. I couldn't beat the fleet with that weapon. It's the shotgun weapon. Sometimes if you collect the shotgun weapon, it's okay, because you'll be able to switch weapons again before the stage is over. Otherwise, if it's the final weapon you can pick up, the shotgun weapon, on that stage, it could be over just by picking up that weapon. You could be forced to lose your life from that. So that really sucks. Another run I did, I actually died on one of the bosses here, when the boss died a double KO, because the boss like shoots this debris all over the screen, and the debris insta-kills you, I think. And you can get hit by debris in many different ways. The game, when the debris gets sent out, you you can't move your plane. The game will move your plane for you because it's like you're beating the stage, so the game starts moving your plane for you. And the game can like move your plane up so that it could move you into where the debris spawns, and if that happens, you have to move left or right and just ignore the debris and just hope the debris doesn't hit you. So there's a lot of ways you can lose your life in this, but in general I would say it's mostly not gonna be from bullets, unlike most shmups where, you know, bullets get shot at you and you get hit by a bullet and you lose your life. A bullet in this game does a tiny amount of damage to your health bar, a very tiny amount of damage. So you can get hit by a lot of bullets and it's all good, but if you touch an enemy or you touch debris or you pick up a shotgun, then you might have to die and start over, because you only get one life. There are some hidden items. Sometimes those hidden items are important, but most of the time they're just 10k score bonus. There are some items that give you like max health or a lot of health, and those items are scripted and you have to pick them up. Sometimes you can't pick them up in time because you're too slow and you don't know they're coming, and the screen, I think the game like progresses to the fleet. This is the fleet. Before you can take the item, and then that could be GG, because basically the game is designed to be entirely scripted when it comes to if you can survive or not. If you miss one of the scripted health items, you're probably gonna die. So you have to get them. Oh right, I always do this. I forgot to do this as well. Gonna add a text thing here to the right. Before I add it, I'm just gonna check one of my older Yolympics videos and see what it looked like. I want it to look the same way. Every time there's a Yolympics, I always stream all my replays. Put like what my placement is on the right and a game rating. So, just open a reference video here. Okay. Bear with me as I figure out. Make the text a bit bigger. That looks okay. I'll give this game a 4 out of 10. Are you sure you haven't played it? If it sounds familiar. Well, Capcom shmups sometimes have this kind of sound. I think the sound in this game is pretty nice, actually. It's I wouldn't say the music's great or anything, but the sound fits the tone. Okay, so watch this boss. It just dies immediately. It's because I have the laser weapon. So there are weapon codes, and these are allowed. You input a code at the end of each stage, and you'll start the next stage with a specific item. You can't control what item it is. It's always a specific item for that stage that you'll start with. But you basically always want to use that code, because it's better than starting with nothing. Alright, so I've got some food here, so I'm gonna eat. Starting with this game, not the best game to start with, but it's alphabetical. Because this game is kind of not very eventful.
Why is the aircraft carrier tipping over?
Not the most eventful game.
Says the codes are actually huge because they start with 65 timer.
Exactly.
And you get 20 timer per power up normally. Says
that's exactly right.
so by using
You don't always get a good, like sometimes on some weapons you even start with a shotgun, which is a bad weapon, but you can change your weapon. And then you'll still have all the ammo you got from the shotgun at the start. So that's why you always want to do the weapon code, even on stages where it might not seem like it does much. Some weapons don't give as much ammo as other weapons. As other stages, sorry, as other stages. So out of the weapons, I tend to prefer this one, the Esprade weapon. It just tends to be the best one. There are some times where you want to use a different weapon, but whenever I'm not sure, I always just have this weapon, because I know it always gets the job done. The only times I know I want a different weapon, from what I remember, is on the, like I said, on the laser stages, and then you just know what's going to be a laser stage, because anytime it's a laser stage, the weapon code will give you a laser. So if you're starting a stage with a laser, you know that you're not supposed to change it, you want to keep it for the boss every time. The game is very nice like that. So here I'm using these bombs. The bombs are important to let you kill stuff on these fleets. So you do want to sacrifice some of your health to use these bombs. That's what you're supposed to do. The fleets can sometimes overwhelm you quite fast if you're not using any bombs, because you can't kill everything. This song is pretty cool. One of the more interesting ones. I also like the theme for the fleets on this stage. It has a specific theme. Some themes, some fleets have different themes than others. I probably am a little bit too harsh on this game, just because I expect, like when I play a shmup, I expect it to be a bit more eventful in this game. This game is pretty chill, but like I said, it only gives you one life. That's not very good for a chill game. Like if the game gave you multiple lives, but it was a bit harder, then it would be a chill game that is more chill than this, basically. The sidearms has you move around a bit more on the screen, but I think I have a slight preference for this game because it just feels better overall to me. It looks nicer, it sounds nicer, I think it plays nicer. Like it's a bit more fun to shoot at things in this game and stuff. Oh, by the way, I know I got one astronaut in this run, but I don't remember what it was, and it's possible I got it while I was like adding the text and everything. Yeah, that about sums it up. I just think this game is badly designed in a way that kind of makes me not like it overall. Which is that it's a one-life game, but the only ways you can die are from really annoying things. Like, only annoying things will kill you. Nothing skillful, just annoying things like debris or getting a shotgun or an enemy. Like, for example, on some stages you wanna like sometimes you wanna like go left or right on the screen because enemies come from behind or something, or you know, some reason you wanna circle and you're on the left or right. But sometimes big planes fly in from the left or right, and obviously if you don't know they're coming, the game is 40 minutes long and every stage looks the same, so it's very hard to know what's going to happen in this game. If you don't know they're coming, you will touch one of them and then you lose half your health bar, and like I said before, this game is scripted when it comes to health. As long as you don't do any massively stupid things, you'll always have enough health. But if you lose a lot of health, you'll always be out of health. It's scripted. So if that happens, you could just barely lose too much health, and you might just like be forced to die later, depending on where it happens. And that's just not a fun thing in a game. This game also feels a lot like a Euro shmup, because like none of the bullets kill you. You just lose tiny amounts of HP. It's like your ship is like a tank. It's tanky, and I prefer shmups that are like well designed when it comes to bullet dodging and patterns and stuff. And you know, you touch a bullet, you die. It's a lot better like that. A game like this just allows designers to be lazy and be like, oh well, you don't die from these bullets. We can just do whatever we want with these bullets because the player won't die anyway. Yeah, the game is boring. It's boring. Oh yeah, another thing that I never mentioned about the scoring system. Where was I? Right, the destroy bonus. Like it'll say 100% destroy or something like that. And you might think, oh, it means like the enemies, you killed every enemy on the stage. But actually no, it has nothing to do with the enemies. The game means that you kill every boss part, and what is and isn't a boss part can be extremely weird sometimes, especially with the big ships that you kill with lasers. That's why you have to have lasers for those big ships. If you kill them with a laser, you always get 100% destroyed, but if you kill them with normal weapons, it makes no sense at all. It makes literally no sense at all. So don't do that. Always have a laser.
Says, those planes that circle around look very annoying.
Killing this debris gives 10k per debris, but I ignored a lot of that because I didn't want to die. The debris can kill you very easily.
Says, the aesthetic is very monotone.
Yeah, it is monotone. The best thing about the aesthetic is just that it's not hard to discern what's happening. Like, it's very clean looking. It's easy to see what's happening. It's not ugly by any stretch, it's just not very inspired. I think the game looks pretty okay and nice, but every stage looks the same, so it gets very monotone over the course of a full run, because everything looks the same. Nothing changes. It's blue and it's white from the clouds, and it's blue, blue, blue. Everything looks the same in this. It's another fleet. How is it different from any other fleet? I don't know. Everything's the same in this game. It's pretty weird. Capcom made this one like masterpiece shmup, and it's Gunsmoke. And every other Capcom shmup is like, some of them are okay, some of them are even pretty good, but none of them can even come close to Gunsmoke, and Gunsmoke was 1985. 85. You'd think they would like evolve and do better things. I just never understood this about the Capcom shmups.
Says, was Capcom already shy in the 80s? Says, or Devolver.
I'm guessing that the team that made Gunsmoke were just really inspired when they made that, and the teams that made other games didn't have as much inspiration. I don't know. I mean, so Gunsmoke has 10 stages, each of which is very unique. 10 bosses, each of which are very unique in the game. And it's 1985. That's insane. You play most shmups that are, you know, from like the mid-80s, and they just feel so basic and generic compared to Gunsmoke. And I mean, that's just mentioning like content. Like, of course, the gameplay in Gunsmoke is much more exciting than this too. This game has like 16 stages, and I can't even tell them apart. They're all the same. Oh, there you go. See, you saw that? The side plane there. It took away like 1/3 of my health. And I had to hug the right or the left, and I chose the left, and I was supposed to choose the right there, and I didn't know that. So this is a bit of an issue. I could be losing my run here. Like I said, I lost a couple of other runs before this one to stupid things. But yeah, I made it. Capcom made very good arcade games. I think so too. Capcom also made good console games in the 80s, like for the NES. If you're an NES fan, you're probably gonna be liking a lot of Capcom games on the system. Games where you punch people. Yeah, I agree with you. Absolutely agree with you. Capcom beat 'em ups are just the best beat 'em ups. That's for sure. I'm not too, you know, I'm not too into or knowledgeable about fighting games. So I can't comment too much about fighting games. But for sure, for beat 'em ups, Capcom is king. They still are. Capcom's still the king when it comes to beat 'em ups. I mean, it's not like there's that many great beat 'em ups being made anymore. 2D beat 'em ups, I mean, like the belt scrolling type of beat 'em up. See, like how when you get to this last boat on the fleet, the big ship, it's always scripted. Like, you have enough health, you win, and you don't have enough health, you lose, because you won't be able to kill things. So you'll be forced to die eventually. It's all scripted. This is like one of the most weirdest designed arcade shmups I've ever played. There's no common sense in how this is designed. The game doesn't really have much of a difficulty curve either. It's just kind of the same. I mean, like, does any of this I've been doing this stage look hard? Doesn't really look harder than any other stage. Even though we've gone farther into the game. Like, what is this? What is the point of this? I don't know. It's just giving me a bunch of planes to shoot. I don't know, don't ask me what's going on here.
Chirpy13 says, the hardest part looks like knowing when
Yeah.
is going to fly up your ass.
That's the hardest part. Actually, I thought the hardest part was avoiding picking up shotgun. It's very easy to accidentally pick up a shotgun at some point. And if you do that, it could be game over.
Will penetrate you.
So that's probably the hardest part of the game, is avoiding one of the weapons. Here's the see, speak of the devil. Here we have a shotgun. Now thankfully this is early in the stage, so we're gonna get another weapon eventually, so we can switch back. Because you can't have this weapon on a fleet, it's unplayable. There we go, I've got a playable weapon again. Oh right, that dragonfly, I forgot to mention this. I learned about the trick from Pearl, that you can get more dragonfly enemies, which gives you more score, if you put in 9 credits when you start playing, so apparently a lot of people were doing this, so I did it as well. Everyone above me was doing it, like Innuendo and the Pro and Pearl, and everyone was doing this trick. So I did it too. Probably gonna be a full health item at some point. There it is. Well, not full health, but enough health to... Like I said, it's all scripted. Like, you get the health items and you'll always have enough. And if you miss one, you'll never have enough. Not sure what stage we're on. I don't know, every stage is the same anyway. This might be stage like 14, I guess. That's my guess. Maybe it's only stage 13. See, I had to take that item there, which gave me health. And right after I took it, the game sent me to the fleet. So if I was just slightly late there, I wouldn't have had an item. The game would have just put me here without it. And that could have been a disaster. So whenever a fleet is about to come, you have to take the health item immediately. Yeah, there's gonna be some longer ones. Puzzle Bobble 2 and Ninja Baseball Batman are gonna be really long. But we won't do those today. Did I get an astronaut yet? I could swear I got one astronaut in this run. It's a random 100k item. I think Pearl said it was like 1 in 16 that you'll get it. So in a full run there's a 50-50 that you'll get one. This level is actually a bit tricky. Just watching it. Could be easy to game over on this. There's the item. Round 14 clear. Okay, so there's 2 more stages. I guess I've missed the astronaut appearance on some level.
Says, more like astronaut. Hiraka Kaishio says, with this game's shittiness.
I think I almost touched the plane there. That would have been the end. Touching bullets, that's fine. Touching a plane, now you're dead. There's the astronaut. There it is. On the last possible stage I can get it. That's lucky. Plus 100k from that, I believe. That might have like saved me 1 or 2 ranks in the Olympics. Just getting that astronaut. So for some reason they made the last stage far more difficult than any other stage. Specifically the boss. The boss needs to be done in a very specific way. You need a very specific route to have your health last, and I didn't learn that very specific route. You don't need that for anything else in the game. Just for that one boss at the end. This stage design suddenly is actually kind of cool, but you know, you can just bomb a lot. Alright, so here we are at the hardest part of the game. By far, nothing even comes close to this fleet here. It's already over because I don't have enough health. You need more health when you get to this part, or it's impossible. Like there's those massive enemies coming from the bottom of the screen, and you don't have enough firepower to kill all those turrets on the boats. It's impossible. So you need more health. Anyway, that's the run. Crapcom. Okay, so let's see, next, go down here, let's check it out. Next is Alpine Ski. Playback Alpine, what's my INP called? Okie dokie. Here it is. Alpine Ski. I think this game is a little bit more entertaining on the whole than 1943. My tournament rank was 4. I'd still give this a 4 out of 10. This game. But I don't know, it's a little bit better than I initially gave it credit for, because there's just something weirdly charming about it, I guess. The controls in this game are something. You have to play it to understand the madness of these controls, but once you get the hang of the controls, the game does feel playable. That's really it. So in this game you have this timer. Well, you can go really fast, and going fast gives you more scores. You want to go fast as much as you can. The point items, which are conveniently numbered, so you can tell exactly how much you get from them, are a nice bonus. But going fast is like the most important thing, and the point items come after that, really. The point item balance is pretty good because like the game puts higher point items on harder obstacles. And, some of the obstacles are so hard that I don't think it's worth it to go for them for me. Not to mention that if you have to slow down, you know, you lose your speed bonus. So only take point items if you don't have to slow down too much. So this is the last stage in one loop. The game is gonna loop almost immediately. The game has only 3 stages, or 2 main stages in this bonus stage. And anyway, about that timer. The timer right now is running at normal speed. But when it reaches 0 and you get a new timer, it's gonna go twice as fast. And then the third one is gonna go twice as fast again. And then you're just gonna keep going twice as fast over and over. Until like one timer runs out in 1 second. So it's pretty funny to see that. So if you crash in this game, you lose 10 seconds on the timer from that. And what that means is that your first timer, and if you're really good, your first like 2 or 3 timers, you have to really make those count and not crash. Because those crashes lose you a lot more than a crash late in the game. So that's probably my least favorite part of this game, actually, is that this first timer, you really can't afford to crash on it, and it's very easy to crash in this game, so it's a very restart heavy game. If it wasn't for that, I would probably like this game a bit, actually. But I just didn't think it was very fun to restart over and over. And then, like, once you're on your late timer, it doesn't really matter what you do that much anymore. You can, like, crash all over the place, and you're not gonna lose too much from it when you're on a late timer. These enemy skiers are hilarious. They have hitboxes that are like twice as wide as they look. I've been joking about that. They're actually like swinging their what are they called? Poles? They're swinging their poles around to try to hit you when you go next to them. That's what they've got to be doing when they hit you sometimes. It's 4 out of 10 the game rating. I think this game is about as good as 1943. You're probably making a joke, but you know, right here in this room, we don't go with jokes. Thanks, Shaddy. You too. You did fantastic. That seeing you try so hard in Sailor Moon was awesome. Okay, so we had to slow down a lot there. That really sucked. Still no crashes though, right? Oh, never mind. So that's the first crash on 54k. I mean, if you're really good at this game, that would probably be a disaster, but for me, it's okay. We almost got a crash-free first timer, and that's pretty good. This game has a kind of a pseudo-random levels. I think there's a set number of levels that you can get, and the game just picks one for you. I think that's what it does. And so if you play this game long enough, you probably learn all of them, and you can like tell which one you're on. But I didn't really reach that point. However, what I did do is I learned some kind of landmarks. Sometimes I learn landmarks where like I see something on the level and I like no, oh okay, I'm supposed to go here after this, because you always are if you see that. So even if you don't learn the entire levels, you can still learn some of them, like parts of them, and that can help you a lot. One of the things that you want to know when you play this for sure is that you want to avoid the left side generally. The left side is really bad. You're going to notice that real fast, that the right side is often quite playable, to like stay on the right or to stay around the middle, but going off to the left can be a death trap, so you don't want to go there. That's why sometimes when I go to the left, I can't get out of there. Also the camera is really The camera really drives that point home, because if you go left, the camera is like stuck on the right, so you can't see anything to your left. Pretty awkward. Those snowmen in the bottom left show how many loops you've done, I think. Oh yeah, speaking of the impossible controls, like trying to move on the ice is even worse. These controls are ridiculously hard, and if you try to go for big points, which you have to use the ice for, well, that was a small point, but sometimes you have to like slide on the ice. And that can be so hard to do. So hard. So I usually just ignore those ice slides. See, here we are on the right and we're fine. The right side is absolutely fine. Point items near flags have weird hitboxes. There's like magic pixels. See here, I'm moving over those point items, but I'm actually not getting them, and I'm hitting flags instead. Also, when you do more loops, I believe the enemies get more numerous and more aggressive, or just more numerous. So, at some point, the enemies actually get a little bit out of hand, and it's very hard to avoid them. Now I'm just crashing all over the place. Good to eat and drink. So now the timer is going pretty fast. You actually get one more timer every 10k. That's why initially I was like, can't you play this game forever then? But then, you know, I found out about how crazy fast the timers get. This is still nothing. It's gonna get way worse than this. Now the timer's going pretty fast. Now is the time where you don't care too much about crashes anymore. You need that speed. You need to go fast. Get all the points from going fast. Look at that timer go. Look at this timer. It's hilarious, isn't it? Now check out this timer. Like after 1 second, it's almost over. It's good that I got to this stage so I can get another timer. 130k. Maybe I would have missed that last timer otherwise. So we still have several timers more probably, but they're all gonna run out immediately. Oh, shake out these timers, man. What the fuck is this? The life of this skier is over. Oh man. That's Alpine Ski. Interesting game. Let's see what's next. Next is Batsugun. So another long shmup. Okay. I mean, that's just the order. I'm doing it alphabetically. That's just how it's gonna be. Okay. Okay, let's see here. Batsugun. Batsugun. $70. There's the Batsugun. Alright, we're changing the text here. Batsugun is actually a game I really like. I think this is a great game, so we're giving this an 8 out of 10. First place. Batsugun Special.
Okay.
I'm glad you think so. I really like this game. Let's turn down. The volume a little bit here and turn up the speech box. I love the music in this game. It's got this like kind of 80s cheese charm to it. I know it's not an 80s game, but like the music just gave me an 80s vibe.
Did you count yourself as well?
No, I did not. There wasn't any need to. I think I could probably get pretty close to a counter stop without too much trouble, but a counter stop itself needs to be very low on score misses. Like you need. It's a bit too loud actually. There we go. You need if you counter stop this game, you'll probably counter stop like right before the end. From the last few bumps you're using for score in the whole run. So you can't really miss a lot of score. You can miss very little score. That's why I don't feel like I want to do it. It's not worth it for me.
Tawa says, I didn't last very long in Yoli, but this was still one that stuck with me for my intent.
It's a really great game. I mean, the music's great. The aesthetic is fantastic. Like the sprite art is fantastic in this game. So it just has a great like personality to it, and the bullet dodging is pretty satisfying for such an old game. The scoring system is of course a bit it's a bit of an acquired. It's just one of those games where I don't think most people would argue that the scoring system is very good, but because you like the game so much, you might do it anyway. It's that kind of game. I mean, I don't think it's that fun to do the fucking Jupiter thing every loop. So the game has an experience system where you level up, and that experience system actually becomes very important in the loops, because when you're like, I think it's like if you're max level, or maybe it's just in the loops, but if you're, well, yeah, in the loops, when you level up, you get a new shield and a bomb, and you can level up a lot in loops by using the pink pigs. So there are secret pink pig items, and every time you spawn a pink pig, if you hug it, the game just levels you up constantly over and over, so you can get max bombs and refresh your shields. And there's, let's see, 3 pig pinks in the game. 1 on stage 2, 1 on 3, and 1 on 5. And each loop deletes 1 stage, so on loop 1 you can use 3 pink pigs, on loop 2 you can use 2, and then on loop 3 and 4 you can, no wait, on loop 1 and 2 you can use 3, on loop 3 you can use 2, and on loop 4 you can use 1. Yeah, that's how it is. Here, I'm gonna spawn the secret pink pig. You do that by holding down when you destroy that thing. Then a pink pig will spawn later. So you need to know these secrets. Which, I don't really like secrets, personally, but, you know, I just like this game enough that I can deal with it. So there's the pink pig. Now this is only loop 1, so the pink pigs aren't totally imbalanced on loop 1. You see that there's the experience bar at the bottom. It goes up pretty slowly while I'm hugging this pink pig. Notice how the pink pig ears like flutter when you're next to it. It looks pretty awesome, I think. So this white trail behind my ship, that means I have a shield. Having a shield just... I mean, for a shmup player, just knowing you have a shield, it makes you play a bit differently. It makes you not use the bomb button as readily, knowing that you have a shield. Whereas if you know that you don't have a shield, you're much more ready to make sure you don't lose all those bombs you're carrying. Because that's the worst thing about losing a life, is you lose all those bombs. And I need these bombs for score. You're going to see the score go up quite a lot on some parts of the run. And this is my favorite stage in the game. It has my favorite song. Stage 4 song is so awesome. And it's just an all-around fun stage. I really like stage 2 as well. But you don't get to do stage 2 that much.
Jerky 13 says, I feel like I'm seeing a lot of the Shorensha inspiration.
Yeah, Shorensha was heavily inspired by like early bullet hell. So late Toaplan games.
This stage was as far as I got.
Shorensha is, so in Shorensha there's even, you can even see in the scoreboard that like all the scoreboard names are like references to arcade shmups that were you know, the creators' inspirations for sure. Shorensha is an early bullet hell game itself. It was being worked on while games like these were fresh out of the oven, basically.
Jerky 13 says, yeah, all Toaplan games on the leaderboard names great.
So I'm actually the one who suggested this game for Yolympics when the organizer was taking suggestions, and not only because I think the game is great, but I also suggested it because I think it's a good tournament game. Because Loop 1 is very easy for a shmup, Loop 1. It gets harder later, but Loop 1 is like, a lot of people would be able to clear this, for sure. So I thought that would be good. And also the scoring system is like very easy for players to get into who might not be great at shmups. It's like you're on stage 5, now you're supposed to bomb these guys. You're on stage 5, now you leave this platform alone, and you're on stage 4, there's the whole safe spot bombing trick on Jupiter. Like, that's it. That's the scoring system. And like anyone can learn to trigger secrets to get the thing fixed and everything. So I just thought this would be a good game for like all skill levels. Like, people who aren't great at shmups can enjoy it, and people who are great at shmups can probably enjoy it too. That's like why I suggested it. That was annoying. One of the enemies next to me, like, deleted my shield there. The cave games... Cave games for tournaments are... probably mostly bad for the reason that some people are already extremely good at them. More so than any other shmups. But just judging by what happens when cave games are in tournaments, I don't think it's a huge problem. It's not, the number of people who are very good at them isn't as high as you might fear. But it is a thing. Like in one of the Countless Cups, when Ketsui was in it, for example, I mean, what are you gonna do about those like top 5 players that are either clearing loop 2 or scoring really well and getting far into loop 2? Like, what are you gonna do about that? You can't catch up to that. Unless you're Satis, but you know, no one, he's the only one who can do something like that. So here we are at the fabled Jupiter make. This is where you get to go AFK and just kind of chill for a bit. There's only one hard save spot here, and if you have a shield, you know, that's nice. I don't have one, so...
Those games have pretty complicated scoring systems to learn in such a short time period.
Yeah, but that's not... If people don't know the game already, that's not a bad thing, I think. Learning convoluted scoring systems doesn't necessarily require you to, like, learn everything and be super good. You can have fun just scratching the surface, you know? So that's why cave games can still be good, or anything with hard scoring systems can still be good in a tournament. A lot of people might have fun just scratching the surface, like in Ketsui, like learning some of the techniques and strategies for some levels could already be interesting. It's just that they won't have any chance to actually win or get close to winning. So the reason this safe spot works is because this game has angle locking on the bullets. So these bullets are actually aimed, but because I'm in this very specific spot, the bullets cannot hit me. Because it's angle locking to a spot that's like slightly above me right now. So if I would move down a few pixels right now, the bullets would go straight at me instead. But right here, I'm safe. I mean, only scratching the surface is enjoyable if it's a fun game. I only scratched the surface in a lot of games in this tournament that I thought were great, like a Bomb Jack. Well, I mean, maybe, I mean, yeah, I would still say I mostly just scratched the surface in Bomb Jack. I think this death was mistimed. Yes, that bomb gave me 0 score. I died a bit too early. I didn't prepare enough for this run to be better than what it is. I only prepared enough to get first place, so that I knew that I could get first place, and I didn't bother preparing past that. So there's gonna be a lot of mistakes and stuff in this run. So this stage is the stage that has the most free score of all the stages. The Jupiter Milk is a bit more involving than just using the bombs on this level. There's 2 big tricks on this level. One gives you 3 million, and the other can give you like up to like 5, but at least like 4, depends on how many bombs you use. Or maybe it's like 4.5. It's like there's 4 bombs you use that give a lot of score, and then you can use 1 bonus bomb that gives much less score. So here's the 3 million trick. This platform is gonna take off, and there's 2 robots on it. Mechs. And the mechs have like 3 parts. It's the middle part and the 2 turrets on the sides. So if you kill the turrets, the mechs just kind of become helpless. And you get bonus score if you let at least one of the mechs live until the platform stops. So the best way to do that is to kill everything except the center part of one of the mechs. And the one on the left is good because it's gonna be off screen most of the time, so that you can avoid killing it pretty easily. And now we're gonna get 3 million. There it is. And now we're already at the next part of stage 5 that gives a lot of score, the bombs. Here's these ground enemies.
I would have never found them on my own.
They give a lot of score when you bomb them. See, that was more than 1 million. And another million there. Now, normally you want to have 4 bombs here, but I only have 3, so I'm probably gonna skip the next one. So that's minus 1 million. You can get orange pigs from these enemies if you're like not moving, I think, when you kill them. But the orange pigs, when they are like separated, don't do too much. Orange pigs are worth a lot when there's a big clump of them, because they don't give score by picking them up. They give score while you hug them. So if you can hug a lot of this at the same time, then you can get a nice boost. That death was a shame. Obviously I wanted to save that life for loop 2. Because this game is like a resource-based scoring system. You need bombs and lives. Like ideally you would suicide most of your lives away from more bombs. So I actually think it's like impossible to see the bullets on this boss. I can't see them. I usually just kind of guess where they are because I can't really see them very well. It's because my shot is covering everything. That's why I move left and right a lot. I just kind of guess where the bullets are that way, since most of them like trail behind you. So that's 2 deaths, accidental deaths on loop 1, plus the suicide on Jupiter. We're behind 2 lives. That means that this run can already not counterstop. It's not possible now. I mean, it wouldn't be able to counterstop either way because of the... like, the 1 bomb on Jupiter that wasn't used and the 1 bomb on the ground enemies that wasn't used, I guess. But you get what I mean. Like, losing lives on accident is just not okay. So notice how loop 2 starts from stage 2. Every loop will delete 1 stage, so loop 3 will start from 3 and so on. And the enemies have suicide bullets now. The suicide bullets also have angle locking, so that's part of the strategy. Is, you kind of know that there's going to be gaps in the suicide bullets that you can use. And of course you can seal the suicide bullets if you're close to the enemy when you kill it. But there is one reason why that is a bit harder than you'd think it is, and it's that it's not enough to just be close to it while you kill it. You have to stay close to it for a bit, because if you move away prematurely, the last couple of suicide bullets that can spawn will come out. So you don't stop all the suicide bullets all at once, you're just stopping them in one by one as you hug an enemy. So, see, this is a lot of suicide bullets right here, so I would have to hug those suicide bullets that entire time to stop all of them. That's how it works. So sometimes I think it's a bit more trouble than it's worth to learn the bullet sealing. That's why I didn't really learn bullet sealing strats. It just felt like it would be too time consuming to learn that. But for sure, if you're like serious about the game, you want to counter stop, you should learn a lot of bullet sealing, because it will make your life easier in the long run. Now this pig is giving a lot of experience, as you can see, so we can just sit here and shield. We can even lose our shield, because we're gonna get a shield back. I lost my shield there, but I'll get it back soon if you look at the experience bar, so it's okay. Any moment now, probably. There it is. Having those 2 extra bombs there is very nice. Means I can bomb on this difficult parts. I want to keep as many bombs as I can for the boss so I can get score there. Messing up a lot. This is not how this is supposed to look. Panic bomb. So I know some players like sit at the top here, but I don't want to do that. You probably have to learn it, and like I saw the pro streaming this game, and he was doing that, and he kept dying doing that. So it's probably just something you have to learn very specifically if you want to do that. So I just stay at the bottom and dodge. This thing is pretty tough when there's the suicide bullets. And when you kill it, you get like bombs for it, so a lot of the time you get here and you already have bombs, so you can use some and you'll get them back, but I don't want to use too many because I don't have max stock. So, well, 1 bomb used is okay, I guess. Now it's time to go AFK on Jupiter's wing again. Although, there's an added element of strategy to it when there's suicide bullets, which I never really put in the time to learn what needs to change. So I just kind of wing it. That's certainly not what you want to do, but I mean, that's just how it is in a tournament like this. You don't have time to learn everything. So I just went for it. I did learn a little bit, I just didn't really perfect it. So, unlike on loop 1, I'm gonna like go off to onto the middle turret there after 1 bomb, and I'm gonna stay there for 2 bombs. And then the pattern is gonna change so that you can't stay on it anymore, and then I'm gonna use a safe spot again. That's what I know, but like there's more you can do. You can like stay on this thing for a little bit to block some of the suicide bullets after the 3rd bomb, which I don't think I did that because I didn't learn how, but you can do that, and that can help. Seems like it just kind of works. Like I said, I'm not very confident on this. It just kind of worked out. I have a shield, so you know, if it doesn't work out, I'll just lose the shield, and then I can get back in the safe spot, and I'll be fine. So even if it didn't work out, the run would go on. I don't think I'm gonna suicide because I imagine I didn't want to be on my last life. Since I had those 2 accidental deaths on loop 1. The rest of the run suffers a lot from that. I've never been very good at this part. I may have learned something here back when I did 60-something million, like 8 or 9 years ago. I feel like I must have learned something here, but I certainly didn't learn it for this, so I just kind of pray here. I just kind of pray, hope for the best. I lost my shield. Those boxes have suicide bullets too, that's why you want to hug them. You can bomb those things too, but it gives less score, and I want to keep my life. That's definitely why I didn't bomb them. I want to keep my life. Not for the boss where I can't see anything. Already lost my shield. Can anyone see anything on this boss? Like see the bullets? I sure can't. So we didn't manage to keep the life. That means I'm also not suiciding on the next Jupiter. So the suicide bullets are different now in Loop 3. Loop 3 arguably has the hardest suicide bullets. Although, you know, some people might have more trouble with 4, possibly, but I think 3 is probably the hardest. I wonder if I'm gonna get hit on this guy again. Not this time, thankfully. Oh no. Not gonna be much scoring on this Jupiter. Yeah, I just want to kill it now, because there's a health bar I need to worry about, and with only 3 bombs, if I start shooting after my last bomb, I'm probably dead. But if I start shooting after my second bomb, I can survive, see? Wonder if I'm gonna die this time. Of course I will. I'm never not gonna die to this boss, of course. I died to every single one. Every loop. And now the suicide bullets are really like Danmaku-ish. Just slow and there's a lot of them. If I had to guess, I'm gonna guess that if I keep this life, I'll suicide it. Since it's the last loop. That seems like the smartest thing to do. Oh, a shield lost and a bomb used. Every Batsugun player's nightmare. At this rate, I'm not convinced I'm gonna keep this life. I'm probably gonna lose it. There's this bomb floating around and I can't get it. There it is. Oh. Oh no. Disaster. This run is a disaster. It hurts to watch. So far I've lost 5 lives accidentally, I think. Only used 1 suicide in the whole run. And there's no more extents after this. So that's how it's gonna remain. This is scary. I mean, look at this. This is scary. This is not something you want to have to dodge. I get scared just watching that.
something very satisfying about the idea of putting like 10 bombs on screen to collect 1 or 2 at a time while you bomb a whole stretch of a level.
Yeah, this game has a funny balancing, that's for sure. Those pink pigs are so important. Game over. You get no points for beating the last boss anyway. It doesn't matter. Good run. It was a disaster, but I mean, it got first place. Alright, let's see here. Next game. Bomb Jack. This was a fun one. I like Bomb Jack. Very, very good game. Alright, so Bomb Jack. This is a floaty single screen platformer with a very involving scoring system. 5th place. Give this game 7 out of 10. Really cool game. So let's see here. There's a lot to talk about with this game. It's gonna go by fast, and there's a lot to the scoring system. So, first of all, you want to collect these bombs in the right order. You can see how they explode. Like there's one that's gonna explode or whatever. It won't actually explode. That just shows you the best bomb to take, because you get a bonus if you take all the exploding bombs except for one, because one of them can never be an exploding bomb. The first one. You'll get a 50k bonus for that, and if you miss 2 or you miss 3 or you miss 4, the bonus will be reduced, but you'll still get a bonus. And picking the exploding bombs also gives you more score immediately than a normal bomb. Every time you get 5,000 points, you get these bonus items that multiply. So there's a multiplier for that, and they multiply all subsequent items you collect too, if I recall. And there's a meter at the top next to the multiplier that says X2 right now. There's a meter there. When it fills up, you get this P item that bounces around. Every time you touch a wall or a ceiling, the P item will change color, and some colors score more than other colors, so you can get the best P item color when you collect it. When you collect the P item, all the enemies turn into coins. And of course, the more B items you've collected, the more those coins are worth. And if you collect the coins, the enemies disappear, plus you get a coin. So there's a lot to this scoring system. As for the controls, it's a floaty platformer, so you can float in the air. The jumps are a bit delayed, so that can be a bit tough to get used to. The controls are not easy, but the controls are very good and balanced for the game. So there, I missed one of the fire bombs. The max you can get is 23, but I still got a 30k bonus from that. Now the order these bombs explode is always the same.
Says, I wish I'd gotten around to this one.
It's always the same, and even though it's always the same, it doesn't always start from the same bomb. That actually depends on which bomb you pick as your first bomb. So if you always take the first bomb, the same bomb, then you'll always get the subsequent bombs, the same exploding bombs. Also, when you are in like coin mode or whatever, like you've collected the P item, everything is every enemy is a coin. If you collect exploding bombs during that, it doesn't fill up your meter. So yeah, depending on how you do things, your P items will appear at different times, and that can really mess with your routes in this game. This game has a very frequent extents, but in Yolympics we put a cap a 5 life cap. So I'm gonna get more than 5 lives in the run, but the score I submitted for Olympics was the score I had after the 5th death. So I'll keep playing for a little bit longer in the replay, but the final score isn't the score I submitted. See, right there I stopped because I wanted to collect all the exploding bombs when enemies aren't coins, so that I can get another P item. And more B items as well. Like, getting a lot of B items can really snowball your score from a level. Getting a lot of early B items and then collecting a lot of coins when you have a X5 multiplier. So on this level, I start moving, I forget which side, but I start moving towards one of the sides, which is not the side you actually want to start moving in. And the reason I do that is it spawns all the enemies on the opposite side. So sometimes when you're starting a level, you want to aim Bomb Jack into one side, so that the enemies spawn on the opposite side, and that will make the level playable. I think this is the first level that I don't go for all firebombs on, because I thought it was too hard. And obviously, since we have limited lives, I want to keep my lives, so I go full survival on this stage. Going full survival gives you like no points, so you don't want to do that too often. Tough situation here. It's the first death at 400k. Yeah, I've only been playing this for like 5 minutes and I already have 400k. This game goes by fast. Probably should have collected a P there, but I was just kind of, I guess I was just kind of startled by it. I didn't realize I would get another P. Because in my save state practice on that stage, I only get 1 P. I think. This level, if I recall, is a big scoring level. A lot of points from this level.
Zilla Beam says, what determines the type of enemy?
That's just scripted, I think. Second death there. This is a hard level. I remember this was like the first hard level, straight up. Let's see how it goes. It's not like I remember. Not very well. Looks like I'm giving up on the firebombs. And I just want to live. Can you blame me? I can't get that P. Ah, get the P. Get the P. Get the P. I really want that P. Alright, there you go. This is a funny level. You can like hide at the top of the screen from the enemies. Here's another hard level. This one is brutal. This is so brutal. I'm probably gonna die on this. This level is very hard as well. I'll probably game over on this. Damn. That's the score I submitted, but since it's after 5 lives, but when I played I wasn't sure if I died 5 times, so I kept playing. But, I mean, I'm gonna game over not within long anyway. There it is. Bomb jack. This game went by fast, didn't it? 13 minutes. That's why this is a good tournament game. There's a lot to learn, but it goes by fast. It's a good fun game with lots to learn. But it doesn't drag. Alright, next is... Let's look here. Bump and jump. I'm gonna go take a bathroom break during bump and jump. There won't be much to say anyway. I mean, this game is probably one of the least interesting games. So let's see here, bump and jump, B and JM. Is the bump and jump. So first things first, in this game you are this car and the game is called bump and jump. That means that you can jump and you can bump enemies, and if you bump enemies into the walls they die. Also, if you jump on an enemy they die. Enemies can also bump into you, like you also have knockback, but as it turns out you're not supposed to touch enemies at all. Because if you do, and the enemy dies, you lose 50,000 points. If you beat the level without killing a single enemy, you get 50,000 points, and you can't get nearly that much score by trying to bump everything. So this game is just jump. It's not bump and jump, it's just jump. That's the game. So all these cars have these like different looks, but you only really need to learn special properties of like the cars that like dump shit on you. You want to look out for those, especially in the loops. They dump more shit. They dump more than once. So it's more like a jump and dump because the enemies dump shit at you. And for me it was like pump and dump because I just wanted to run and I didn't want to play the game. Smash 0 coins, 50,000 points. Now, when you get 30,000 points, you get an extend. And you don't stop getting extends until you're at like 1,000,000 points. So, you every time you get that bonus, you get 1 2/3 of a life. I mean, that's a lot of lives. Also, if you go super slow like this, you can't jump. But you can make the cars go slower, the enemy cars can go slower. You need at least a speed of 100 to jump, and when you jump, it drains your speed after you land. So if you need to do many jumps, you might want to go at a specific speed to achieve that. Anyway, that's really about it for this game. That's how the game works. There's probably not a whole lot more to say. There's like 8 or maybe 9 levels, and when you beat those levels, the game will loop from level like 4 or something. And you know, I'm just gonna go for this bonus. I'm never gonna touch a car. I'm just gonna go for this bonus over and over and over again. That's what I'm gonna do. Anyway, I'll be back.
Colonel Fatso says, "This is just fucking Yamaguchi again." Colonel Fatso says, "But even less fun." Hiroker Kazuo says, "I see game rating is up to date this time, unlike on Alpine Ski." Hiroker Kazuo says, "I approve /10." Hirocker Kajuo says, it might not look like it, but this is one of the best games this Yoli. Hirocker Kajuo says, it's no Yamaguchi. Hirocker Kajuo says, but a much more bullshit and unique take on the jump and no bump genre. Hirocker Kajuo says, observe how incredibly bad the scrolling speed changes are. Hirocker Kajuo says, and how it has nothing to do with the speedometer. Hirocker Kajuo says, and how it changes AI car behavior. Hirocker Kajuo says, it's an experience.
Okay, I'm back here, and looks like we're on level 4. The game just kind of drags. The levels take a long time to be finished. I'm probably gonna die here again. So this checkpoint really sucks because I need to go at a certain speed, at a high speed, when I make this jump. But if a car is about to touch me, that car will die. So the way this game works is you get a lot of lives, and if you need to lose lives to make sure you do not miss the bonus, then lose those lives. I actually suicide lives sometimes when I play this on purpose, just to make sure I won't kill anything. That's how important that bonus is. You don't, your life is worth less than enemy lives. One enemy life is worth 1 2/3 of your life, objectively speaking, just in terms of lives. And then plus, you know, then there's the added bonus that
this one doesn't even have good music like
that
the
you need the
version.
points as well. So for Olympics, you obviously need the points. It's not just about gathering as many lives as possible. So in that sense, enemies are worth even more than that, if you ask me. So yeah, if given the choice between killing yourself or killing an enemy, kill yourself every time, every time. The NES version has music. That would have been nice. I mean, this song just kind of sucks. I don't even have it memorized. Splash. Almost touched that enemy. That would have been a disaster. We would have lost 50,000 points. There, that was a suicide to make sure I don't kill those enemies. Since they were in my way. Another suicide.
Zilla Beam says, how easily do they die if you
Very
touch
easily.
them?
I think I saw myself touching one before and it didn't die, which was lucky. They will bounce really far, and if they touch any wall, they will die. And also they can bump into another car, which can bump and touch something. So you can get a chain reaction. So it's not always easy to tell if you accidentally touch something, if it will kill something.
Says, extremely. And they can chain reaction into deaths, which if that involved your touch means you're at fault.
Yes, if you chain reaction, that counts as you killing them. But if you didn't do the first hit, the game does not count that as your kill. So an enemy can die without it being your fault. And if you touch something and it doesn't die, you also do not lose the bonus. So that did not lose the bonus. I mean, I have a lot of lives, so I'm not scared of suiciding them to make sure I don't kill anything. The score is what matters the most. So when you get on those kinds of jumps there, where there's a bridge on the left, one of the strats you have to learn is to misdirect the cars so that they don't go to the bridge. You do that by going into the water, and then you can steer your car to the bridge after that when you've confirmed that there's no cars entering the bridge. I suicided there as well, by the way. Made sure I did not jump on that car. That's why I died. I went into the water instead. If I landed, I would have killed the car immediately. So drowning my car was the better choice. Needed to go a bit faster there. Now I'm almost out of lives. So now the game has probably looped. I can't really tell the stages apart. But this is probably like stage 4 or something. You see how that dump truck there, it dumped me twice? In the loops they can dump twice instead of once. So it gets a little harder. Also, sometimes you see when I'm jumping into the rocky road on the left, I don't go there immediately during the jump. I stay on the mountain or on the rocks a bit before steering my car all the way into the road, and that's because it seems to not spawn the enemy on that road immediately. So if you can delay spawning that enemy there, that could be favorable for you. So that's why I do that. I do it like every time. There, I misdirected the cars into the water so I could go on the bridge. A car died there, but it was not because of me. So, oh, there you go. So that's the first time I killed some cars, and yeah, that's terrible. But I mean, my score is good already. When I played this run and I had a score like this, you know, I already knew that was going to be my final run. So I didn't really care what happens anymore. Now, if you know you're not going to get the bonus, you could try bumping more cars for score. But it gives so little and actually puts your life in danger that doing that too much could backfire, actually. I can't slow down enough to not die to this guy. What was that? Did you see that? Let's bump and jump for you. Really awful game. Definitely one of the worst ones. No doubt about it. Let's bump and jump. Next is Circus Charlie. This is kind of a long one. Also, I found quite a few improvements to this on the horse stages and everything. So I certainly could have gone for more score than this, but well, it's still a pretty good run. Let's see here, Circus, 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 C. Circus 600. Alright, here's Circus Charlie. This game grew on me. The horse stage is so cool. And most of the other stages are okay. So I'm giving it a 5 out of 10. It did grow on me. It's not a great game by any stretch, if you ask me, but out of the platformers, this felt like one of the more functional ones. Like the controls are good in this game. The controls are spot on. There's nothing wrong with them. It's just that most of the game just feels kind of basic. That's really the only thing about this game that I think could have been improved. It's just a bit basic. And the hardest level, the rope swing level, that level sucks ass. Okay, so we start with the horse levels. So in this game you're a clown. And well, clowns need to do clown tricks, right? So that's why there's 6 different clown tricks to pick between. And every time you do one, if you pick the same stage again, it's harder. Although, you know, when I say harder, that doesn't necessarily always mean that it's a lot harder. But it does get harder each time. So sometimes you need different routes and different strategies depending on which level you're on, and sometimes you really don't. You can just kind of use the common sense for that level and just keep playing without really learning anything new. Depends on the level. So the horse level is the most interesting one because there's 3 different speeds. So you choose the speed. When you land on the trampoline, you choose which speed you're gonna bounce once you bounce. So you have to hold the direction right before you bounce to choose your speed. And depending on how high the trampoline is, Charlie is gonna bounce higher or lower. So you have to take that into account when you try to route what's gonna happen when you choose your speed. And you get these big combos by bouncing a lot of subsequent bounces, and also, you know, some trampolines just seem to have a higher base point value than others. And hitting the middle of the trampoline, I think, is also better. I'm not 100% sure how it works, but basically you can get big combos. So what I did on the horse level was I learned 3 combos for this run. And the rest I just kind of wing it. And those 3 combos are each one is going to give me a lot of score immediately from that combo. And you can do a lot more combos than that, but because, well, it's kind of hard to memorize a lot of combos because obviously it's a bit hard to tell at a glance which level you're on. So here's one combo. See, that combo gave me like 35,000 or something. Maybe even 40,000. Anyway, yeah, it's kind of hard to remember like which combo is which if you're gonna learn a lot of them. And also, in addition to that, it's kind of hard to remember exactly what you need to do on that combo, and sometimes the combo is actually hard to execute too. Like your first jump needs to be perfect for the combo to work. That's pretty normal on a lot of these combos on these levels. Your first jump needs to be absolutely perfect or the combo will fail and you'll die. So far I've only done one big combo, but I'm sure I memorized 3 of them. Here's one. Wait a minute, what? This isn't... Or maybe this is stage 4? Did I select the wrong INP? This can't be right, I don't think. This does not look like my 600k. Hmm? Hold on a minute. Well, if... What's... Was that the 5th level? No, here's the 5th level. I may... Okay, yeah, no, this has to be the right IP. Yeah, never mind. I just thought I was on level 5 first, for some reason. And I was like, wait a minute. Why am I avoiding everything? So that was another big combo at the start of level 5. And then there's a lot more stuff I don't know how to do. And here's another big combo. And apparently that combo actually repeats a lot, and I didn't realize. So I could have kept doing that combo a bunch of times. But, well, I am on my last life, and it would have been a bit scary to keep repeating it, I guess. Oh, that's... I think this run will get a lot of points from the lions. So here we are at the lions. This is where the most free points are in the game. And you'll see what I mean. Okay, you see that money bag? It didn't give a whole lot. But look at this circus magic. Woo! Another money bag. Now it gives twice as much. You just keep doing that and they will go up to 5,000. Ooh, look at this. Let's take the money bag. Moonwalk a bit with the lion. And do a magic trick, circus trick here. Boom! More, more money. We can do it again. Voila! Money. Penn and Teller would be proud of these tricks. These magic tricks right here. Now doing that doesn't always work because it can like spawn rings behind you. So the more levels you do of the lions, the more likely the game is to just spawn shit behind you that gets in the way of this. But on the first level you can do this practically every time you see one of these small rings. If you die, you're gonna lose the money rain at the end. And you'll also lose the value of these money bags. They went up to 5,000, but they're back to 1,000 now after the death. So deaths aren't actually good. But, well, I got a couple of extra money bags on my first life out of it, so it's probably... Even if it might not even out, but it's probably not losing that much. You can get some bonus points by, like, going backwards into the fire jar here. You also get bonus points for being faster, but finish the level faster. But like, if you look at this scale here, that only really matters if you're getting a very fast time, and I don't think you can actually get that fast of a time on some levels. So yeah, I don't think it's really worth caring about that on any level. See, here I can't spawn a money bag because there's a ring behind me. But like, I'll keep trying and checking if I can spawn another one. Ooh, it's gonna be close. There it is. I missed that coin. Gives you 3,000 points, so that would have been a lot of score to get that. I think it's so funny when this lion is moonwalking. It's like one of the funniest walking animations I've ever seen. Now we get the money rain because we never died. So that's worth a lot. Oh, and the reason I jumped 3 times at the start is because it gives you an extra life there. Or I should probably adopt the same language that the old arcade players used, the free man. That's never what you know, anyone I talk to ever called them, but when you're playing games like this, they're called free man, so let's just say free man. I'm more used to extra life. Coin. Ooh, can we get another bag here with the moonwalk? Nope. So I don't want to beat the level too soon, that's why I'm not progressing entirely. Like I want to spawn more money bags. We might be able to get this one. No.
The Soonshine Fund says, I wanted to see the counter stop with back jumping purple monkeys.
The purple monkey back jumping is really interesting that's a thing. Now, it is very hard to do. Very difficult. So, if you're very good at it, I do think it's a valid strategy if someone is very good at it, but I mean, I think the people who know this game, they make a good point when they say that if you're good, you would just do the rope swings, because that would be an easier source of points. That's probably true. You would just do the rope swings forever. That's probably easier to learn and do consistently. But I do think that if you're very well practiced on the purple monkey jump, you can probably do it relatively consistently. Just not 100%, but like relatively, if you're very good. If you're looking for just the right visual cue. Oh, this is gonna be close. Got the 0 time on the jump. The timer, even if the timer reaches 0 during a jump, you don't actually lose unless you land on the land. So we started the lion stage with 150k, and we're still going, man. I mean, the lion stages are worth so many points. This is why I recommended everyone on my team to learn lion stages. You get so many points. So many points. You can just ignore the other levels and do like the lion stages first. And because if you're starting with lion stages, then you can reset much more easily if you like die and lose a lot of points. And plus, doing the lion stage like this isn't very hard or anything. Just be careful, like I'm very careful when I do this. I just make absolutely sure that my jumps aren't going to kill me. If I have to wait and make absolutely sure that I'll do a jump that 100% won't die, then I will wait. Because I don't want to die. I think I'm just trying to spawn more rings here. Yeah, there it is. One more money back doesn't hurt, you know? The fabled monkey stage with a very interesting trick that you'll never see in this run. I didn't even know about it when I did this run, but I wouldn't have gone for it anyway because it's very dangerous. I would only consider going for it if I like have a lot of lives and I decide to do monkey stage 5th or something. Then maybe I would try it. But that's a big maybe. I think even then I might not try it. Like maybe just because I can't do the rope swings anyway. These monkeys are cute. Also, I think it's really cool that there's such a huge crowd in the background. There's a huge arena here for Charlie, and there's a huge crowd watching him. And there's even like elephants everywhere. I mean, in this world, circuses and clowns must be really popular to have a crowd like this. Unfortunately, in real life, circus tricks are not getting the respect they should have. Look at this crowd watching Circus jump on this tightrope over monkeys. I mean, it warms my heart. Mistake. Far out. We just got like 100k from monkey stages. Pretty worth, I think. The ball stages aren't worth that much. You get extra points by jumping over a ball onto another ball. That's why sometimes I go ahead and scout to see if there's two balls next to each other before I like proceed. And if I don't see them, I backtrack, since there's only one jump length, so you have to jump from quite a long distance to get on the next ball. The time bonus is hardly worth caring about very much. See, we're not getting much from this, but in a sense you are, because when you do level 3, you'll get a lot more score if you do level 3 late. So doing this level before level 3 gets us more score there. I think this is the least interesting and fun one of the not rope swing stages. It's just not a very good stage, this one. Horse is the best, and then I like lion, and the monkeys are nice, and the fire breathing, knife juggling one is pretty nice as well. I don't like the dolphin one. What a way to finish. I almost fell there. So we only got like 40,000 from the pole stages. You can't count on much points from those. We're gonna get the rest of our points here. You get a lot of points on this stage if you save it for later. Just get all the money bags. Make sure you get every money bag. And then when you beat the stage, you'll get a money rain that just absolutely inflates your score like crazy. Now, I also think this level is the hardest one, other than rope swings. The first one is easy, but once you get to the third one, things really get out of hand. And it gets very hard to see what you're supposed to do. Look at that score. I mean, just look at it. It's just a crazy amount of score. I just got like 30k from one level. Okay, we need to go backwards if I recall. Yeah, like that. Backwards again. Otherwise you die, because you're forced to bounce higher each time you bounce. So if you don't go backwards and you try to bounce again, you die, and if you go forwards you die, so you have to go backwards. Now you're forced to do a dolphin stage, and I had an early run where I had a 500k and I game over on this dolphin stage. I lost like 5 lives on this dolphin stage because I didn't know how to do it. The money bags on this dolphin stage are worth very little. So I ignore most of them, because they don't give you like a money rain at the end. Well, I ignore the ones at the start, I guess. So the dolphin stage doesn't count, so there's still a third stage here on free. This is number 3, and this one is where things get really out of hand, and I hadn't memorized a full path through it, and instead tried to rely on just kind of reading what to do. But yeah, I'm not very good at that, so I'm gonna be dying. I'm doing a lot of guessing something will work without actually knowing. Now we get to the 4th one. Now things get even more out of hand. The 4th one is harder than the 3rd. But as long as I get all the money bags, even if I die, I get a big bonus. Looks like we have to go backward. No, I probably didn't need to go backwards on that one. It's on this one I probably have to go backwards. Not looking very good for Charlie. Luckily, I had a lot of lives, as you can see, from the lion stages. We sacrificed like six Charlies there or something. I mean, no big deal. Next is Dolphin Stage number 2, and this one I never learned. So you can probably guess what's gonna happen. I think I remember quite clearly that I game over on this level. GG. I'm surprised this one is third actually, because this seemed like the kind of game that people in this tournament would be playing to death, you know. They love their cags. Okay, let's see here. Next game is Commando. And then after Commando, I'll probably just show one more run. And then we'll call it a day.
Flowbimmer1922 says,
and I'll do this in like 2 more
no
sessions.
One counter stopped it. The Soonshine Fund says, Commando Pog.
Commando. Commando is pretty cool. It's just that we played it without autofire and I can't handle the mashing, so that's why I didn't play it very much. Let's see, what's my IMP called? There it is. Alright, here's Commando, and we're playing apparently a harder version of Commando. I don't remember if I in the past played this version or an easier one, I don't remember, but apparently this is a harder version of the game. I wouldn't say it's too crazy of a game, like, it's no Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke is much more ridiculous than this game. But it is pretty tough. Commando. My rank was 2nd, which, you know, considering I played this game very little, a bit surprised about that. But I guess it is a tough game for most people. I mean, with autofire, I would say 7 out of 10, but let's give it a 6 out of 10. Just taking away a point because I had to mash. It's a cool game. I like this game. The main things I don't like about this game is just that there's a lot of glitches and the tunnels are stupid. I don't like the tunnels. But other than that, it's pretty cool. It's hard to hit things, but like, I don't know, I don't dislike that about the game. If it's too easy to hit things, you know, it would feel a bit like it would just get boring, right? So anyway, this game has 8 stages and then it loops. And it gives you lives every like 40k, I think, so 10k and then 50k and then every 40k. So this is one of those games where you can get a critical mass of lives and just kind of go for a long time if you're good at it. But only one guy was that good at it. I didn't really. I mean, even if I was that good, I would probably just not grind it for a good run anyway because of the mashing. I really can't handle mashing for that long.
Says, you stop getting extras after 1 minute.
1 million, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. That seems like a fair balance. So before you reach 1 million, you can have that critical mass, and then after that, you're gonna lose those lives eventually. Unless you're some super duper player, I guess. But, you know. This game is pretty random. I mean, it's hard to imagine that someone would be so good at this game that they just never lose a life. Maybe there is someone like that. Okay, so that they're in the tunnel. I honestly don't know what killed me there. I would love to figure that out, but the tunnel doesn't really tell you. You can't actually see, so... Like, I killed an enemy on one lane, and then I moved to the other lane and moved forward, so I'm not really sure why I died. That just happens quite often in some of the tunnels. You just lose a life and you don't know why. This run is not off to a good start, is it? So the grenades, you can only shoot them straight up, but your gun you can shoot in many different directions. I don't know how many, but many. And if you want to hit things more consistently, you want to really kind of spam different directionals so that you can shoot, get like a spread. I mean, obviously you just shoot a straight line, but if you spam left and right a lot while you move up, you can get a bit of a spread going on, and that helps a lot. Oh yeah, I mean, that's one of the appeals of the game. You just play it, like you just fucking move forward and shoot. I like how this game doesn't want you to stop and like stall and wait. There's only like one part of the game where you have to go slow. Although, you don't always have to go slow, but sometimes you have to go slow there. Everywhere else you're supposed to like just speedrun. So here's a nice strat. You can kill those guys in the windows there with grenades before you start the boss fight. Now, even if you don't do that, this boss fight here is not that hard, but, you know, every little bit helps. It might make it like 10% easier. So it's nice to know that. So now we've been half of a loop. It says your first duty is finished, but the next 4 stages are completely different stages, so I do not count this as a loop. So we had a bad start, but things seem to be going better now. I wasn't in the mood, because, like I said, because this game has so much mashing, I wanted to play it as little as possible. So I wasn't really in the mood to just like reset all my runs all the time or anything. So I think this is the first like kind of bullshit level from what I remember. Either this or 7. I'll have to see the whole level too. Yeah, I think if I recall, this tunnel might be one of the... No, that tunnel is not one of the stupid tunnels, never mind. But there's a part... here, up here. There's a part that can be extremely stupid. So, enemies can spawn on the left here, but you want to go left, so you want to shoot up left while you move here. But sometimes that doesn't work, and you just die over and over. So that's no fun. I actually had a run that got here and like lost 4 lives to that. That really sucked, because then I had to mash longer. No, I'm dead anyway. My shot like screen wrapped there, that was funny. You can stay behind these holes, but your shot doesn't go through, which means that the enemies can reach critical mass. So I prefer being above the hole when possible. I think this was the hardest level in the game here, 7.
It's not really all that helpful, but you can stay at the bottom of the screen, fire down and have it come out the top.
That's nice. Yeah, I figured that would be possible, since it works left and right. This tunnel here can go to hell. Sometimes it just does not work. Oh, I think here I was trying to do something I actually don't know how to do. So I shouldn't have been doing this. And I'm probably gonna die. Or... no, I lived. Okay, see, normally I just rush through the tunnel. But that time I decided not to, for some reason. I probably should have just rushed. So this here is the only part of the game where you need to slow down. Sometimes you can move forward, but you just have to find the right time to do that if you're gonna try to do that. You can't just go forward whenever you want. Like, there are times where I've been on this part of the level and I can just go forward for like 5 seconds non-stop. I would say this is the hardest part of the game in terms of pure execution. Alright, we got through it. Classic Commando glitch. Double KO doesn't kill you. Same thing happens in the Sailor Moon. If you die when you kill something, you come back to life. This level is no cakewalk either. It's the final level in the game, but I find it a bit easier than 7. Need to mash directionals here so that we get a nice spread and we can actually kill things while we move up. The boss on 8 is no problem at all. One of the easier ones for some reason. And that's a loop. Now, I think that loops in this game don't change difficulty at all. I think they're all identical. I never noticed anything different. So it's just stage 1 again. Yeah, it's other than those stupid tunnels, it is a fun game for sure. Here's a tunnel. Oh, this might be where I did something stupid and like waited. I should just rush through the tunnel.
The Sunshine Fund says, loops don't get more difficult. I think people feel like they might mostly just do to fatigue.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, this is the same. This is level 1. It's just that, you know, this game is kind of hard from the get-go, you know? Level 1 is no cakewalk in this. I died on level 1 all the time. I mean, happened all the time. Sometimes I would just die on level 1 and be like, oh, I died on level 1. I mean, it's a hard game. What can you do? So because of the no autofire rule, I did my practicing with autofire on, and when I felt ready, I started playing without autofire. So that's how I managed to endure it. So I didn't actually need to do that many runs with without autofire. Yeah, that was where I waited. You don't want to wait in the tunnels, as you can see. It's dangerous. I waited on too many tunnels on this run, but I can kind of understand it. I was just trying something new, I think, since I normally just rush through them. And sometimes when you rush through them, you die, so... Ah, scary. This is gonna be one of the bravest soldiers of all time, this guy. He just rushes in with his gun into enemy fire like this. Not a very realistic depiction of war. He's probably got a screw loose, you know. I don't know what killed me there. I was on the right, the enemies were on the left.
The Sunshine Fund says, can you imagine being the one that had to tell the person in command that one dude took out waves and waves of soldiers?
I also like the song in this game. It just fits the game. Just sounds like war. And then this peaceful music when you beat a level and you like eat your meal or smoke. This game just has a good atmosphere to it. Yeah, I mean, this is a 7 out of 10. I took away 1 point because of the no autofire thing, but let's not worry about that. It's a cool game. Way better than 1940 shit and sidearms. Like, I don't know why we have 3 Capcom shmups, because I think this is a shmup. Fucking boring. 1943 is so boring compared to this. Oh, I'm dead. What level am I on now? I guess this is level 5 in Loop 2 after this? Yeah, level 5. Tunnel. This is a scary tunnel. Go, 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 go. I also think it's satisfying to shoot things in this game. You hear this like boop sound. I love that sound when things get shot. It's such a satisfying sound. It's so satisfying that like sometimes when it's unnecessary to do so, you like turn around and start shooting things that are like next, like maybe to your left or to your right or behind you or something. Even though you could just move forward, you turn around just to hear that sound, like bloop. Oh, it looks like I'm on my last life. Things might end soon. I know my score was 300 something. And level 6 is pretty tough. Oh my god, that was close. That was close. This is so scary. I'm dead. Oh, I have more lives? What? But I didn't see any lives displayed. In the bottom left, it was empty. I guess it's a glitch. This game has so many glitches. The whole game is like a giant glitch. It's actually pretty funny. So this part can go to hell, man. Looks like it worked. Good. Did I like die at the last second there before I beat the stage? I could swear I like briefly heard the death sound. So here we are, the hardest level. And this is probably where I'm gonna game over, right? Yep. Fun little game. And the professional that played this professional run is called A. Alright, let's do one last run this stream. Next game is Esprade, right? It seems like a good run to finish on. Unless I want to finish with Food Fight. Let's see, Esprade, then I will have done 8 games, and there's 27, so maybe I should finish with Food Fight, so we'll do 9. But then again, if I look at this alphabetically, quite a lot of the last 9 games are pretty short, so maybe I don't need to worry too much about making it 9. Since we've done some long runs today. Yeah, I'll have to decide during Esprade if I want to do Food Fight as well. Food Fight is probably not going to be too long anyway. So let's see here, we've got Esprade, so let's see. And this Esprade run is going to look really ugly to me for many reasons, but you know, it is what it is. Because I found out more stuff after this run. Plus, the run is not very good to begin with. What's the IMP called? Alright, so Esprade. We're gonna be player 2 for Esprade. And we can get like a visible multiplier timer. Visible timer for the multiplier. Plus, we can get a thing that lets us extend the multiplier timer by bombing. and we're going to be using that in stage 6, so that's why we need to be player 2, because only player 2 can do that. I was doing this with player 1 for a while, before someone told me, hey, you can do this thing with, with player 2, and then I was like, oh right, you can do that, I forgot. Because I used to do that many years ago, but I just forgot that you had to be player 2 for that. Anyway, so in this game you have this, you have 2 shot speeds. One if you tap shoot and one if you hold shoot. And then you have this splatter shot, the B button. And that's your key for score. If all of those bubbles hit an enemy, you can get an X16 multiplier if you kill that enemy with your shot afterwards. But don't wait too long and don't be too fast. You gotta do it at just the right time. And if you do it at a little bit of a wrong time, you could either get an X0 multiplier, like no multiplier, or X14 or X13. It could be anything. And if like some of your bubbles miss, you will get the same amount of multiplier of the amount of bubbles that actually hit something. That actually hit the enemy. And these multipliers are important, sometimes very important. The bosses can be milked for a very long time by shooting only one bubble out of the boss at a time. And you do that by shooting your bubbles, you'll shoot 16, and then just aiming the first one on the boss and then moving your character sideways at the same time, so that only one bubble hits. And you can do that for many minutes per boss. But, I mean, that takes forever, and it's actually kind of hard to do a lot of the time. It doesn't just take long, but it's actually very hard to do on many of the bosses. Most of the bosses even, I would say. Especially like boss 4, 5, and 6, they are very hard to milk. But even if you hit with several bubbles, that's still more score than just shooting the enemy, so that's why I'm hitting in bubbles here. I'm not doing it in an optimized way, but I'm getting more than I would if I just shot him. And then you want to get a cancel with your X16 so that you can collect these items, because the items are also worth points. And it's important that you get this X16 cancel on bosses, because it carries over to the next stage. So I have X16 now. And on some stages that's essential, like you have to start stage 6 with the X16. And the more items you collect, the longer that X16 will last on the next stage. That's why it's even more important to get a good cancel as well. Now this run is really, really awful if you're like actually looking for a score run that really knows how to play the game. This is not it. This is just me trying to do things in a game I don't really know how to play. So, oh right, on the right here we want Esprade, tournament rank first, game rating 8 out of 10. I like this game a lot for like feeling, like I really like how it looks and sounds, and I really do like the stage design and the boss design, and the scoring system is cool. It's just that my issue with this game is like playability. The game doesn't feel great because of the controls. Switching move speed in this game is probably the worst in any cave game. And the slowdown is incredibly aggravating in this game. It completely messes with your ability to like time your moves and just know what patterns are gonna do when the game very suddenly speeds up and slows down all the time. it's probably the worst cave game when it comes to annoying slowdown, I think. At least from what I've played. So, if the game just played like a shmup should play, you would have possibly a damn masterpiece on your hands, honestly. It's one of the coolest cave games, just one of the least playable ones. So, yeah, like, what I want to rate this is really just going to depend on if I'm following my heart or my brain on this. I'm going to go with my heart here and say that it's a really great game. But holy shit, it does kind of feel like shit, honestly. Esprade feels a million times better in terms of playability. So much better. But Esprade looks like shit compared to this. And then, yeah, it just looks like shit compared to this. That's really what it comes down to. It plays much better, but it looks like shit. So on this stage I'm gonna be losing a ton of score, because I didn't know when I did this run that you're supposed to have blinking items here, because then you'll spawn a lot more items from some of the enemies. And I mean a lot more items. It makes a huge difference. And I didn't know that, so that's gonna cost me a lot of score. Blinking items is when you have reached 200 items for the first time, and then they start to blink, and they will just keep blinking until you have a bomb meter that isn't full. So if you have a full bomb meter, you have blinking items, and if you don't have a full bomb meter, the game will start giving you energy items, and the item counter will start ticking downwards until it goes to 0, and then the phase just stops. And then the next threshold will be 300 items, and so on. So what you actually want here is to have your items be blinking at 200, and then you'll spawn a lot more items and get a lot more score on this stage. I just didn't know it. I actually thought I wanted to use bombs earlier so that I could get a higher threshold. Like, I want a high threshold on like stage 6. But that's totally the wrong way to play, so in the future I won't be playing the game like that. Also, this right here is probably one of the more worthwhile and one of the easier bosses to milk, actually, so I didn't know how to do it in this run. And I still don't fully know how to do it, but I'm much better at it now. But yeah, milking this boss will take forever. Hey sirs, well done on the Galloping Ghost Arcade thing. I forgot what it was called. Yeah, I'm just watching all my INPs, although I won't watch them all in one sitting, so this is probably the last one I'll watch today. Watching them in alphabetical order.
Says, thanks.
Yeah, I'm a bit jealous. I want to go to arcades, but then again, like, I have medical issues that would probably hinder a lot of the enjoyment I would get from that. There are no arcades in Sweden. There's 0.
Says, basically a hyper-compressed individual Yolympics.
Yeah, it sounds like fun. It's a bit of a shame because I do like arcade games a lot, but I think it's very clear to me that a big part of the intended experience is a social one, and I think that's something that I would have liked to experience, but I mean, we're not in an arcade era, and I'm not in a country where that's possible. So that's just life. Yolympics will have to do. Talking to people on Discord.
Circus says, and fighting cabinets with questionable hardware/controls.
Yeah, that sounds like fun as well. Well, like basically, I'm just a simple guy in the sense that I like hanging out with people with similar interests. So an arcade would be a good place, but yeah, there is nothing. This is a mess. This IMP. This is a mess.
Like there was a Sega motorcycle racing game, and the accelerator analog was off, so you could only go like 3
Oh, okay.
speed.
Yeah. I guess no one noticed. Yeah, that's probably not gonna be very playable then. So I always wondered a bit about like Batrider. If Batrider's ever in an arcade, what are the odds that they let you like start on minimum rank? Seems like a pretty slim chance. I don't think many arcades would do that.
But the call was that since it was broken for everyone the same way, it was stable.
Oh, I see. Okay. I'm getting X0 on all of these. Excellent job.
Circus says, it ended up playing so that if you did everything perfectly, you could barely get to stage 4.
Yeah, I mean, racing games, arcade racing games don't have the most lenient timers. I can imagine if you can't even go more than 3/4 of the speed, you're just gonna get an early game over, no matter what you do. This isn't the best place to get more energy items. Oh, look at this, it's just going down and I can't get anything. Probably had like the same that I started with. I love this boss song. It's so catchy. I always thought like probably the coolest part of any cave game, just like audio visually, is when you meet the final boss in this game. This song starts playing, she's on the fucking statue head and it's like rising, and then she starts shooting these crazy patterns. It's so unbelievably awesome. So awesome, man. That's what video games are all about.
Circus says, until you're playing it and see the RNG, it gives users slot.
The RNG is, I think the RNG on that attack is combination based, I think. So it's like, it's static patterns. Oh god, oh my god, those two dodges were, I almost died twice there. So it's like static patterns, but they're combined randomly and they're not always aimed in the same places, so it does end up being random anyway. So if you're actually good at this game, you wouldn't really be seeing this pattern for very long, because you would have done more damage to the boss. and the boss wouldn't have reached this pattern that early. But, you know, I'm not good. I'm terrible at this game. Terrible, terrible, terrible. Time for... This stage was giving me a lot of problems. Probably gonna be dying here. Or maybe, like, what the hell, maybe I can do this in 2 sessions, so... Maybe. Yeah, maybe I can do this in 2 sessions. It's 27 games. How many games should I watch today if I'm gonna do it in 2? Since some of them are faster than others. If I stop on like Mario or Ninja Baseball, I'll have done a lot of the long games in this session. Although there will be some long games next one too. Yeah, I think I can probably do this in 2, so I'll probably show at least Food Fight and Mario and maybe Ninja Baseball at the end. And then I'll do the rest on a very long stream someday. Oh, you should do the tier list first, if you've seen it. I would love to see your tier list. I want to see where you put Sailor Moon. Probably not very high.
Zeus says, I just got home, so I have like a million things.
Alright, yeah. Well, do it some other time. I want to see. I want to see that Sailor Moon ranking. I'm a big fan of Sailor Moon, and I was always like hoping that, like, oh man, if people just play more Sailor Moon, they'll see the lights, they'll see how fun it is. But maybe that's not really what actually happened. So here I want to actually die, because if I don't die, I won't start stage 6 with bombs. So I need to die now. And then I think I made a mistake here. Yeah, I didn't get a cancel. I forgot about the cancel. If you don't get a cancel, you don't get items. If you don't get items, you get a short X16 timer. And if you get a short X16 timer, then that changes everything here. I have to start this bomb immediately. And it's gonna be very hard to... I won't be able to do the strat properly, like this. I have to just kind of make do with what I have here. I'm holding this bomb down for too long. You don't need to do this. I'm wasting my... That wasn't necessary.
Zeus says, oh, I didn't even know about this memory.
Yeah.
Have watched the LOL.
Yeah, this is great. This is where a lot of my extra score came from, because my first couple of runs, I totally forgot this was a thing as well. And then I think someone on my stream reminded me you can do this, and I was like, oh right. Can give you a lot of score. You can get like 5 million or 4.5 million or something like that from that if you do it perfectly. Although in my save states practice I usually got like 3 million, but you know. So I think on this fight you actually want auto fire on your splatter shot. For slowdown reasons, it's better at controlling the slowdown. I think you want that, but I didn't use that this run. But if you really want to be able to dodge this the best, then you should probably put auto fire on the splatter shot. It's possible that how effective that is depends on the character you're using as well. So yeah, this boss, I love this boss. It's just one of the best bosses Cave has ever done, I think. It's just that the game itself has some issues with, you know, playability. So that holds it back, but just put like good controls and lack of slowdown on this boss, and it would be the best Cave boss, I think. Then again, you know, I'm not the biggest. There are a lot of shmup fans that, you know, they worship Cave. I'm not really like that, so maybe that's why. But this is boring. Oh, come on, these patterns are awesome. The presentation is just the best. The presentation is the best they've done.
I like Galuda's better.
Galuda's, really? I don't know, I think Galuda final boss is a bit boring. Galuda final boss is fun, but I think the bosses in Galuda are worse than the bosses in this game. But the stages are better, like the stage design in Galuda is better, and the scoring system is better.
Number 1922 says, so this is where Sun got the
Yeah,
inspiration for
Sun
Stinky's wings.
took a lot of inspiration from this game in general. This attack, Remelia's penultimate spell card in normal mode in EUSD, is clearly influenced by this attack. Although it's a bit different, it's a bit easier and it's a bit different, of course, but it's influenced by it for sure. And then there's the... what was it? There's like one other thing that's super obvious. Fuck, but I don't remember what it was.
Project Go says, Scarlet Meister
It's called Scarlet Shoot on normal mode.
Glowhammer 1922 says,
Yeah, this attack is boring. Obviously, I'm not counting this attack as one of the
Project
reasons why
Go
this boss is
says,
great.
Glowhammer
Not only is this attack boring, but this attack is kind of stupid. I mean, this is stupid.
concept, but it's easy and takes forever.
I don't think this is easy. I think this is like the hardest thing in the game. Personally. But yeah, there was one more thing in this game. Maybe it was on stage 5. Yeah, the stage 5 boss. So the stage 5 boss... Now, Mystic Square came out around the same time that this game did. But I don't think... I think it must have been a bit later, and I think Sun looked at that boss and was like, oh right, let's put this in Mystic Square. Because like, the stage 5 boss has... They hold up like a mirror or something, and when you shoot it, it spits out random red bullets. The stage 3 boss in Mystic Square has the exact same thing. She holds out a mirror, and if you shoot at it, it spits out bullets. They came out the same year, and well, given that Sun clearly took a lot of inspiration from this game for Toho, mainly this game and Darius Gaiden are the two games that you can see the most inspiration from. I don't think it's a coincidence. Because I don't think I've ever seen that in another game. They hold out a mirror, you shoot it, and it spits out bullets. And it's only these two games, I think. Anyway, that's the run. I didn't get the cancel on the last attack there. That cost me like 700k, so that's a lot of score, and that really sucks. In general, the last boss fight was very low scoring this run. Let's just speed it up and we'll see the score. So I actually can't see the score because I have a credit inserted, so I have to insert the credit. Start another run so I can see my score. I had to do that. So that there it is, 20.8 million. Alright, I think I'll show 2 or 3 more runs tonight. Or it's morning here now. Maybe not the third one, maybe just 2. And then we'll start on Ninja Baseball Batman next session. Next game is Food Fight. This game should be pretty short. Let's see here. My INP. Okay, so... There's Food Fight. Wasn't a big fan of this one, but it's... Oh, it looks like, yeah, this game takes up a bit of space there. I don't know what I should do with the text. Text is kind of in the way. Should I just keep the text? I guess up there in the corner, there's nothing too important there most of the time. So, Food Fights tournament ranked 2nd. Game rating, I'd give this a 4 out of 10. I wasn't a big fan, but I do think the game does have a fair amount of good qualities, so that I don't give it a total shit rating. So I could have done more milking. Milking can get you a big score boost early on, but I didn't want to play these early levels at all. Like, I just wanted to get to the fast levels. So I didn't do a lot of milking. Anyway, so this game actually has... it's supposed to be played with a special joystick that can fire in like 40 something directions. Or something like that. That's what I was told. So, if you don't have that, the controls are going to be imperfect. The aiming is going to be imperfect.
Incorrect.
Okay?
Zeus says it's gimbal style. Zeus says 8-way.
Okay, but what happened with all the directions? I thought you could fire in like 40 something directions or something. I could swear you said that and other people said that. Anyway, if you don't have that, the aiming and the moving feels very awkward.
Zeus says That's what I thought initially, but I was getting it confused with Sinistar/Bubbles.
Okay.
Zers says, looked into it and it's basically a pressure sensitive 8-way.
Alright. Well, I'll take your word. Pressure sensitive. In that case, keyboard play is probably not too bad. I mean, because
Dagip2 who says
I play on a keyboard, and I just put the sensitivity. I just put the sensitivity at like what felt like a sweet spot where I could aim in more than 8 directions. But of course, since a keyboard just has 4 buttons, it's a bit hard to achieve it consistently. But like I could nudge keys while I'm going diagonally. If I nudge one of the keys, maybe I can make him fire in another direction. So that's why I try to configure the sensitivity just perfect.
The trick is that you're supposed to pivot around like you were when the sensitivity is slow.
Anyway, so about the game itself, you're picking up all the food here, but so can the chefs. And the longer you play, the more you get faster, the chefs get faster, and they throw food faster. So
but at light pressure,
at a higher level, when the enemies, the chefs, they walk over the food, they will start shooting food immediately. So if they stand on a pile of food, they will just throw all the food all at once. And that can get pretty hard to avoid. So what you want to do is use your speed, use your high speed as an advantage to like plan things out better. You can herd the chef so that they don't pick up food. You can throw food so that there's nothing left for the chefs to pick up when they get there. And this is important. Every chef has its own AI, so you want to learn how different chefs behave. The chef with the big, narrow hat is the most dangerous chef. Because that chef aims ahead of you. So if you're like running up, and that chef is to your right, and you're running up, he will throw where you're going so that you will run into what he's throwing. So that means that to dodge that chef, you have to know when he's going to throw something and then switch directions to sidestep it. Now, the 2 small chefs, they just follow you around and aim at you. So if you're running around, unless they're throwing something with a big hitbox like these peas, you'll probably just avoid what they're throwing automatically if you're just running around. And then there's the goalkeeper chef, the last chef, the one with the really thick hat. He runs to the goal and tries to get in your way. And unless you, the only exception is if you like, I think it was if you stop going to the goal, he will like go towards you instead. And that can be dangerous because he can hold food and he can like turn around and throw it at you. But basically, you should expect him to just run to the goal and try to get in your way over at the goal. This game right here you can see the effect. This game has a kind of an annoying system where when you're throwing food, you have to. You don't throw it from the middle of your sprite. You throw it from where your arm is. So if you're running down, your arm is on the right and you're throwing to your right. If you're running up, your arm is to your left and you're throwing on your left, and so on. And this can make it very hard to hit things, and it's something you have to get used to. So right now we're just scoring a lot of extents. Every 100k I believe you get an extent. So the fun thing about this game is when it reaches this speed, then it actually gets good. So I'm only giving it a 4 out of 10 because we were playing the early levels and those were boring. So if I could have the choice of starting on a later level, I would probably raise my rating for the game. Because it's a reasonably fun game on these later levels. So when you get these boards, it's all random, everything is random. Where the food is, where the holes are, where the chefs are, it's all random. So the moment you see this, you get like 2 seconds to make a plan. And that's crucial. You need to create a plan immediately. And it needs to be a good plan. And then, unless the RNG you're getting is totally awful, which it sometimes is, your plan will... If it's a good plan, your plan will probably work. Most boards. But not all boards, that's the thing. Some boards are gonna be unreasonably hard. And that's where the true difficulty kicks in, if you're really good at the game, I imagine. Because I'm not super good at this game. This run was a little bit of a fluke. I got a lot of easy boards on this run. But... yeah, if you're really good at the game, you're just gonna be able to make up good plans for most boards, I think. See, I usually try to hit the hard chef whenever I can. And other than that, I just try to like hurt the chefs so that they don't go into food. And that's like the general strat. And there are other things you need to think about, of course. You can't always avoid the chefs picking up food, so then you have to... Oh, that was a sad death. Right at the ice cream, and I'm close to an extend. But yeah, the run is already over. 8 minutes. There wasn't much time to talk about this game.
Shaddy says, sniped.
It was a good run though. It was a little bit of a fluke, like I said. This is one of those games where sometimes you'll just lose all your lives to bullshit boards. And it could happen pretty early on even. Like, I kid you not. Around the time I played this run, sometimes I could game over before 100k. It could happen. The game is just mean like that. And sometimes I could play over 200k. No one knows what's gonna happen. Alright, let's show Mario as well. And I don't remember exactly how long Mario is, so I'm not sure if I'll show one more game after that or not. Probably not, because I can probably just do a long stream next time. A really long one. So, Mario Bros. Did I download my Mario Imp? I did, okay. I wasn't a fan of Mario, I have to say. I really tried to get into Mario, but I just don't like it. Playback Mario. Alright, so Mario, I imagine this run will be somewhere between 20 and 30 minutes, maybe 20. I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't really like this, but I mean, I have to say, it's not like the game is entirely, completely hopeless, so let's give it a 3. I was considering 2, but let's give it a 3. What was my placement? Mario Brothers. 10th. It's harsh, man. I tried really hard at this game. This pole position and Puzzle Bubble 2 were my most played. Probably pole position number 1, Puzzle Bubble number 2, and this number 3 if I had to guess. Or maybe this number 2 and Puzzle number 3. And then Street Fighter was probably my 4th most played. The text is a bit in the way, but there's nothing really up there, so...
22 says, this game sure isn't easy.
But I guess I could do this. This could be a bit better. Here we go. Could have done that in Food Fight, but just didn't think about it. Yeah, this game has some of the hardest platformer controls I've ever experienced. I'm not bad at platformers or anything, it's just this game. The controls are so crazy. So crazy. So anyway, early on it's really easy. It's once you get the well, first of all, you jump on these guys from below to kill them, or you have to move over them to kill them, and that's really the whole game. You jump at them from below, and then you touch them, and then they die. But looks are deceiving. Like, this game looks simple, but the controls are so ridiculous that you can't do anything. You just have to play it to understand what you can and can't do in this game, because trying to put it into words is not easy. But you're like a statue, basically. You can't move, you can't jump, you have no freedom in this game. You have to use the very limited amount of moves you have as best you can. But like a simple task like walking off a platform, turning around, or any kind of task in this game is 10 times harder than it would normally be in a platformer. So yeah, this is one of those games that doesn't look hard, but is actually really hard. So after the bonus stage that is going to come up pretty soon, we're gonna get a set of 6 stages. And then the game will loop forever. And after it loops the first time, it will add icicles, but there won't be that many of them. When it loops the second time, there will be more icicles, and so on and so forth. And I think the difficulty maxes out on some loop. I don't know which one. I'm not even sure I've reached max difficulty. And at that point, there are a lot of icicles, and there can sometimes even be 2 fireballs on the screen at once. And the fireballs, and I mean red fireballs. There are green and red fireballs. There can be 2 red fireballs on screen at once. And those red fireballs are the hardest enemy in the game, for sure. The red fireballs just kind of force you to be in certain parts of the screen and to stay away from certain parts of the screen. They are hard to read because of the game's difficult controls. They are hard to avoid if you're near them. So the best you can do is just to watch where they're going and just make plans to not be anywhere near any place they're going to be in the foreseeable future, and just go somewhere else so that you never have to worry about them. And sometimes that's easier said than done. So now we're on a turtle stage. The strategy is to go to the top of the screen immediately. There's RNG in some of the things that happen here. There's RNG in the timing of that green fireball, and then there's RNG of the second 2 enemies that come out. They can come out both from the same pipe, or they could come out both from different pipes. And they could come out from, I think, reverse pipes. There's a couple of different RNGs you can get with that. Enemies will bounce on each other, and they will bounce on coins. The slip ice here cannot be attacked when it's bouncing, which it will do when it lands. So right now, like, clearly you'd think this would be easy, but like, I have to be very careful even now, because if I make a single mistake, I will die. It will be over and I will die. You can't. This is not one of those kinds of games where you can be like, oh, I made a mistake, I'm going to recover with this move. Like, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna play well and just get out of this mistake. This game does not have that kind of freedom. If you're in the wrong place at the wrong time. I was trying to walk off a platform, and Mario didn't walk off. It's that simple. You can't run off the platform. You have to be... So, in this game, when you're walking off a platform, you have to stop at the very edge, and then move off the platform. If you don't do that, you will run off the platform. And if you run off the platform, you will slide all over the place. So you have to walk off the platform, and walking off the platform is very hard to do consistently, believe it or not. You have to stop at the very edge, and then you have to tap the button, not too much, not too little, and then you will walk off. Also, the green fireballs, you need to learn where you can jump over them and where you can't. It's crucial. So these levels that start here, I've memorized opening strategies for all of them, and I have some substrats depending on the subsequent RNG.
Become invisible in this game too at some point.
Only in bonus stages, so it's pretty irrelevant. When you try to move Mario around, you have to push a button for a while for that to happen. Don't try to turn around because it will take like a full second to do. Maybe sometimes more if you're sliding, it can take several seconds, I think. Like maybe 2 seconds. So if you want to do like these little micro movement taps, you can't really do that in this game. You have to get your first tap right, the exact right amount. Sometimes I'm doing something called a short hop to get on the power platform, for example. I'm doing a short hop. In order to do a short hop, you have to tap a direction for a brief amount of time before you let go, and then after you let go, you have to press jump. You can't do it at the same time because then you will do a long jump. So you have to move Mario, you like have to nudge in my direction, and then after that press jump. It's nonsense, honestly. Here I have a full power block, so I'm probably gonna use it, I guess. Also, if you're jumping in the air, if you land and you press jump again, you'll do another long jump. Even if you try to stop, you will do another long jump if you press jump again. So you have to be very careful with that and not jump more than once. If you stop and jump straight up, then when you land, Mario usually won't be able to move for like a full second. So you have to be very careful with that as well. Like, you're running, you stop, you jump straight up, and then you fall to the ground. Sometimes Mario can't move for like a full second. I don't know what exactly it is that causes that, but it can completely ruin you if you're not ready for it. Icicles will sparkle 6 times before they fall. So a good player will keep track of every icicle cycle, I think. I'm not sure if they keep track of all of them or just the ones that matter. But given how this game sometimes wants you to move around, maybe they really do keep track of all. Since if you're forced to suddenly move somewhere, it would suck if you're not ready. And then again, in this game, this is one of those games where you have to plan ahead. Everything you do should be because you've planned ahead at least a couple of seconds, I guess. So that's kind of where I'm falling apart. I can't really plan ahead that long because I'm so focused on trying to control Mario that I'm constantly like trying to do things with Mario, and sometimes it doesn't work, and then I get preoccupied trying to, you know, rethink my ideas because Mario did something that I didn't want to do. If you die in this game and there's a lot of enemies on the screen, you're probably going to lose all of your lives. So right now there's only one enemy, and that means that it's possible to recover. probably goes without saying, but Mario slides for like 5 years. There's no way to avoid it. You just gotta deal with it. This looks like a terrible stage right now. I'm probably gonna have to use the power block. Short hop there.
Lowhammer 1922 says, I wonder what scores on this would be like if you'd all played the Japanese version.
What's different in that?
Getting extents throughout your first million there.
Yeah.
Who says,
I mean, that probably would have been better for most of us. But like playing this game for too long might not have been the best anyway. Maybe it's for the best that we have fewer lives. I think I thought that I was on the last stage, but I think there's one more, and I'm gonna have to do it with no power. Yeah, I thought this was the bonus stage. You could tell because I moved left at the start there. So this is the worst possible thing right now.
Top players would marathon with extents LUL.
Yeah, but like top players would marathon with extents in Commando and bump and jump as well. It's just that we don't have those top players. There's only like one good player in either game, whereas Mario has like 5. Or more even. Maybe Mario has like more than 5. So it's just a little bit unfair for the rest of us, I guess. I don't really mind though. I mean, playing this game with a bunch of frequent extents would... I think it's probably better like this. So the game doesn't last forever. I mean, even for me, I'm not good at this game, but if I got a lot of extents, I would probably have long credits. And I wouldn't like that. So the good thing I can say about this game is that it has strategies. Like, it's more of a strategy game than a platform game. Really. It's all about planning ahead and just being in the right places, knowing the right moves, reading the board, like understanding what the board is, what's going on in the board, and making up the right strategy. That's really the game. The platforming is so fucking bad that I can't really think of this as a platformer. It's just a strategy game to me. So now we get the top fireball, and that really fucks everything up. Not something I want to see. See, right there, I knew the slip ice was gonna get in my way, so I went back.
Who says, very fast B.
Yeah, the very fast fireflies can be an issue, but I mean, on the flip side, they move faster, so they get to you faster, so you can hit them. So they might not be as bad as I initially thought, the fast ones. Got a top fireball again. It's very bad to see. That's not what you want. I wish I knew more about what you're supposed to do when you get that, because I actually don't know.
Shaddy says, this seems crazy good for just learning. Shaddy says, GGS jump.
Thanks. Sil really impressed me. Sil got like 400 something K. He was also a beginner at this, and also Sil doesn't really play other Mario games. I once watched Sil play Super Mario Bros. 3, a game that I played when I was a kid. I played and beat that when I was a kid, and holy shit, he kept getting game overs over and over and over in World 2 before giving up. So I didn't expect Sil to like master Mario Brothers arcade, because the controls in this game are just unbelievable.
LUL.
So Sil really impressed me. Now he's not on our team, but he's my friend, so he's basically on my team in my heart. Ah! That was scary. Very scary. Ah, mistake. I made a mistake there. I'm gonna have to wake up that fly. Yeah, this is not looking good. I don't like this board. Probably gonna game over on this one. I mean, I remember what my score is, more or less. So this is probably it for Mario. There you go. Alright. Mario died. It's a fitting end for a stupid plumber who doesn't clean the floors
Shadi
or
says,
change his shoes.
This game becomes such a disaster if you don't have a good opening strat.
So
Dagip2 who says, those fireballs.
that will be it for now. Let's see how many IMPs I watched here. I've got them in alphabetical order here. So we watched 1943, Alpine Ski, Batsugun, Bump and Jump, Circus Charlie, Commando, Esprade, Food Fight, Mario Brothers. So that's 10 games. So I don't know if I'll get through the rest of the games in one session or two.
Says,
but next time
8 hours,
I'll be starting from Ninja Baseball Batman.
Fuck.
Yeah, long stream. I mean, the first 3 hours was playing Yolympics.
Unlux says,